Howdy, partners, and welcome to tonight's tale from the untamed frontiers of the American West. As the evening sun sets over distant mountains, we invite you to lay down your weary head and drift into the mysterious world of Red Dead Redemption. Each night, we'll share different tales from these wild lands, where outlaws and legends still roam free. And when our story ends, the gentle sounds of the frontier, crackling campfires, distant coyotes, rustling prairie grass, and the soft whisper of the wind will carry you into peaceful dreams beneath the star-filled western sky, with no advertisements to disturb your slumber. Now, saddle up, partner, and let's mosey on down to tonight's tale. You need someone who shoots straight, knows these mountains, and won't rob you blind at the first sign of gold. Sadie Adler leaned back in her chair, boots propped on the rickety table between them. The saloon's dim lamplight caught the glint in her eyes as she studied the man across from her. And folks with that particular combination of talents ain't cheap, Mr. Sullivan. Edmund Sullivan, treasure hunter, self-proclaimed cartographer of the unmapped, and, if rumors were true, occasional grave robber, fingered his mustache thoughtfully. His weathered face had seen sun from at least 3 different continents, and the scars across his knuckles told stories his mouth never would. 5%, he offered finally. Sadie's laugh was sharp enough to cut glass. 20. Highway robbery, Sullivan sputtered into his whiskey. 10, and that's being generous considering you've yet to prove your worth. 15, Sadie countered, with half my payment in advance. She leaned forward, boots hitting the floor with purpose. And as for proving my worth, ask around Tumbleweed about what happened to the Blackwater boys when they tried jumping my bounty last month. Sullivan's eyes narrowed as he reassessed the woman before him. Sadie Adler's reputation had preceded her into the mining town of Brimstone. Bounty hunter, survivor, widow turned vengeance seeker turned hired gun. The kind of woman who'd carved her place in a world that had tried its damnedest to bury her. 12%, he said finally. 7% now, 5 when we recover the gold. And I choose the route once we're in the caves. Sadie considered the man and his offer. Sullivan wasn't the first treasure hunter to blow through Brimstone with maps and promises, and most ended up dead in the honeycomb of abandoned mines that riddled the mountains. But unlike the others, Sullivan had credentials. Verified finds in South America, a published monograph on tomb exploration in Egypt, and most importantly, letters of introduction from people whose opinions actually mattered in places where civilization still had meaning. Deal, she said finally, extending her hand, but you keep any other hired guns away from me. I work alone, or with you directly. Sullivan's grip was stronger than his wiry frame suggested. Agreed, Mrs. Adler. We leave at dawn. The Blackwater coach arrives tonight with my equipment and 2 associates, geologists, not gunmen. They'll approach the site from the north, while we enter from the western ridge. Split forces ain't usually wise, Sadie observed. Neither is putting all your treasures in one saddlebag, Sullivan replied with a wink. The legends speak of multiple entrances. We'll cover more ground this way. As Sullivan departed, leaving payment for both their drinks, Sadie remained at the table, contemplating what she'd just committed to. Treasure hunting was a fool's game, everyone knew that. For every legitimate find, 100 men died chasing vapor and dreams. But the potential payoff, 12% of whatever Sullivan found, could change everything. Enough money to buy legitimate business, perhaps in a town where her reputation hadn't preceded her. Enough to finally stop moving, stop hunting, Stop surviving day to day on bounties and escort jobs. A chance at something resembling a normal life, if such a thing was even possible for someone like her anymore. The thought both attracted and terrified her. Outside, Brimstone was alive with the particular energy of mining towns after dark. Founded 30 years earlier during a silver rush that had petered out within a decade, the town had recently found new life with discoveries of gold in the deeper, previously abandoned shafts. Prospectors, claim jumpers, merchants, and the inevitable human predators that followed such opportunities filled the boardwalks and muddy streets. Sadie made her way to the modest room she'd rented above the gunsmith's shop. The space was Spartan, but clean, with good sight lines to both the main street and the alley behind the building. She'd learned the hard way to prioritize defensive positioning over comfort. She began preparations methodically, cleaning her revolvers, checking ammunition supplies, packing essentials for mountain travel. The Winchester rifle received particular attention. In the confined spaces of mine shafts, the shotgun might seem more practical, but the rifle's range could prove vital on the approach or if they needed to hold off pursuers from a distance. A knock at her door interrupted these preparations. Hand moving instinctively to her holster, Sadie approached cautiously. "Who's there?" she called, positioning herself to the side of the door rather than directly in front. "Name's Cooper. Thomas Cooper." The voice was deep with the particular accent of someone who'd grown up in these mountains. "Got word you're riding with Sullivan tomorrow. Thought you might want some information before you go getting yourself killed." Sadie weighed the risks before unlocking the door, though she kept her hand near her revolver as she opened it partially. The man outside matched his voice. Tall, broad-shouldered, with the permanent tan and muscled forearms of a career miner. Grey streaked his beard, and a long scar ran from his left temple to his jaw, pulling his eye into a permanent squint. "Information usually costs money in places like this," Sadie observed, making no move to invite him in. Cooper nodded acknowledgement. "Consider it an investment in keeping good folks alive. Sullivan ain't telling you the whole story about what he's after." "D'ye ever do?" Sadie replied dryly. "Come in, but keep your hands where I can see them." Cooper complied, entering with the careful movements of someone accustomed to confined spaces. He rejected her offer of whiskey with a shake of his head. "Don't touch the stuff anymore. Seen too many good men lose their wits to it down in the dark." He settled onto the room's single chair while Sadie leaned against the wall, maintaining both distance and clear access to the door. "Sullivan's chasing the Mackenzie vein," Cooper continued without preamble. Sadie kept her expression neutral, though the name registered immediately. Every prospector in 3 territories had heard of the Mackenzie vein, a legendary gold deposit supposedly discovered by Scottish prospector Angus Mackenzie in 1868. Its location lost when Mackenzie and his partners were murdered in their sleep. Some said by local tribes protecting sacred land, others claimed rival miners, but most believed one partner had killed the others and fled with the location's secret. "Thought that was just campfire talk," Sadie said, "like El Dorado or buried pirate treasure." "Mosters," Cooper agreed, "but Mackenzie was real enough. And 3 months back, Sullivan's people found something in an old surveyor's office in Denver. Journals, maps." He leaned forward, intensity radiating from him. "And Sullivan ain't the only one who knows. There's at least 2 other groups already in the mountains, looking for the same thing." "Why tell me this?" Sadie asked, suspicion edging her voice. "What's your stake?" Cooper's hand moved to his scarred face almost unconsciously. "Was up in those mines 30 years ago when they were still producing. Know them better than most still breathing, and I know what happens when men get gold fever." His eyes met hers directly. "People die, Mrs. Adler. Usually the ones who didn't deserve it." I can handle myself. Never doubted it. Cooper rose, moving toward the door. But there's things in those mountains besides claim jumpers. Old mines ain't stable. Air can turn bad without warning. And some of the deeper shafts, well, the old-timers said there were places they shouldn't have disturbed. Places that weren't meant for men to go. Sadie had heard similar superstitions from miners before. Seems to me the biggest danger up there walks on 2 legs and carries a gun. Maybe so, Cooper paused at the door. But if Sullivan takes you through the western tunnels, watch for timbers marked with 3 notches. Miner's warning. Don't go beyond them, no matter what Sullivan says about gold. With that cryptic advice, he departed, leaving Sadie with more questions than answers. She considered seeking out Sullivan to confront him with this new information, but experience had taught her the value of appearing less informed than she actually was. Better to watch and wait, see what Sullivan revealed, or concealed, during their expedition. Dawn broke crisp and clear over Brimstone as Sadie met Sullivan at the livery stable. The treasure hunter had acquired 3 pack horses in addition to his own mount, their backs laden with equipment that spoke of serious investment. Coiled ropes, pickaxes, surveying tools, and wooden crates stenciled with the name of a Denver scientific supply company. 2 men accompanied him, clean-shaven, city-soft academics with expensive boots that had never seen real trail dust. They were introduced as Professor Hargrove and Dr. Ellis, geologists from back east, though neither offered first names or direct eye contact during the brief introduction. My associates will be taking the northern approach, Sullivan explained as they secured the last of the supplies. We'll rendezvous at the site in 3 days. Sadie noticed the geologists were both wearing sidearms, unusual for academics but sensible for the territory. Still, something about their demeanor raised her suspicions. They carried themselves like men accustomed to violence, not study. The journey into the mountains began uneventfully enough. Sullivan proved a capable horseman and surprisingly knowledgeable about the territory, identifying landmarks and features with the precision of someone who had studied detailed maps rather than just heard second-hand accounts. You've been up here before, Sadie observed as they made camp the first evening, the lights of Brimstone now just a distant cluster of pinpricks in the valley below. Sullivan smiled as he stoked their small fire. Mrs. Adler, I never enter unknown territory without thorough reconnaissance. I sent 2 men up here last month to scout approaches and verify certain features mentioned in Mackenzie's journals, and these men returned to Denver with their payment. Sullivan's tone discouraged further questions about their fate. The western approach proved most promising, based on their reports. Sadie filed away this information, adding it to her mental calculation of Sullivan's character. The man was thorough, which improved their chances of success, but also suggested he might have contingency plans that didn't necessarily include her continued well-being once the gold was found. The Mackenzie vein, she said, watching Sullivan's reaction carefully. That's what we're after, isn't it? Sullivan's surprise was momentary but genuine. You're better informed than I expected, Mrs. Adler. Pays to know what you're risking your neck for, Sadie replied evenly. Also pays to know who else might be looking for the same prize. Ah. Sullivan's expression shifted to one of grudging respect. Cooper found you, I take it. The old miner with the scarred face. Said there were others already in the mountains after the same thing we are. Sullivan poked at the fire, sending sparks spiraling into the night sky. Cooper exaggerates the competition. There are always rumors in places like Brimstone. Men with more ambition than sense, following hearsay into the wilderness. He looked up, meeting her gaze directly. But yes, we are seeking the Mackenzie vein. And if my calculations are correct, it will make my previous discoveries look like prospectors' dust. Big enough to justify 12% of a fortune? Sadie pressed. Sullivan's laugh echoed off the nearby rocks. Mrs. Adler, if we find what I believe awaits us, 12% will be enough to buy half the territory, should you desire it. Despite her natural skepticism, Sadie felt a spark of genuine excitement at his words. The possibility of that kind of wealth. Not just security or comfort, but actual fortune, represented freedom beyond anything she'd known since before the O'Driscoll raid that had destroyed her old life. The second day took them deeper into the mountains, following game trails that gradually gave way to narrower paths seemingly used only by the occasional prospector or hunter. By mid-afternoon, they reached a high ridge overlooking a network of narrow valleys and ravines, the scars of abandoned mining operations visible throughout. Sullivan consulted his maps, comparing terrain features with evident satisfaction. We're close. The main entrance should be just beyond that outcropping. He pointed to a distinctive rock formation jutting from the mountainside perhaps a mile ahead. We'll make camp at its base tonight and begin our search at first light. As they approached the outcropping, Sadie's instincts prickled with warning. Something about the stillness of the air, perhaps, or the absence of wildlife sounds that should have been present. She reined in her horse, scanning the surrounding slopes with practiced intensity. Something wrong? Sullivan asked, pausing beside her. Not sure, Sadie replied, keeping her voice low. Feels like we're being watched. Sullivan's hand moved casually toward his own sidearm. The mountains play tricks on the senses, Mrs. Adler. Echoes where there shouldn't be, shadows that seem to move independently of the sun. And sometimes, Sadie countered, those shadows have guns and bad intentions. No sooner had she spoken than the sharp crack of a rifle shot split the silence. Sullivan's horse reared in panic as dirt exploded from the trail inches from its hooves. Sadie was already moving, driving her mount toward a cluster of boulders that offered cover, while simultaneously drawing her rifle from its saddle scabbard. 3 shooters, she called to Sullivan, who had managed to control his horse and was now following her lead. Ridge to the north, maybe 400 yards. The pack horses scattered in panic as more shots kicked up dust around them. Sullivan cursed as one of the supply bags split open, spilling equipment across the trail. But there was no time to salvage anything. The shooters were adjusting their aim, rounds now striking the rocks where Sadie and Sullivan had taken shelter. Friends of yours? Sadie asked grimly, as she positioned her rifle in a crack between boulders, sighting toward muzzle flashes on the distant ridge. Competitors, Sullivan grunted, checking his own weapon. Likely the Harmon brothers. They've been trying to muscle in on my operations for years. Sadie squeezed off a careful shot, rewarded by a distant cry of pain. Seems like there's a lot you neglected to mention about this job. Would you have taken it if I'd listed every possible complication? Sullivan countered, firing his own weapon with surprising accuracy for a supposed academic. Their exchange of fire with the distant attackers continued for several minutes, the advantage gradually shifting as Sadie's marksmanship forced the ambushers to seek better cover, limiting their angles of attack. Eventually, the shooting stopped altogether, though Sadie maintained vigilant watch on the ridge. They're pulling back, she concluded finally. Probably circle around, try to flank us after dark. Then we should be elsewhere when they do, Sullivan replied, already gathering the reins of his nervous horse. The mine entrance isn't far. We can secure a defensive position there for the night. They managed to recover 1 pack horse and some scattered supplies before continuing toward the outcropping, now moving with the heightened caution of those who know they're being hunted. The sun was setting by the time they reached their destination, a narrow ravine cutting into the mountainside, its walls rising steeply on either side. Not exactly defensible, Sadie observed as they dismounted, leading their horses into the shadows. They could shoot down at us from either rim. Patience, Mrs. Adler, Sullivan replied with a knowing smile. The entrance isn't at the ravine floor. He led them along the eastern wall, counting paces from some landmark only he recognized. After approximately 50 yards, he stopped, examining the rock face closely in the fading light. Here, he announced, running his hands over what appeared to be natural striations in the stone. Help me clear this. Together they removed loose rocks and accumulated debris from the base of the wall, gradually revealing what was unmistakably a man-made opening. Square-cut timbers framing a passage that had been deliberately concealed from casual observation. Mackenzie's work, Sadie asked, impressed despite herself by the ingenuity of the concealment. His signature method, Sullivan confirmed, excitement evident in his voice as he lit a lantern. He always created hidden entrances, usually with some mechanism to collapse them if pursued. The man was nothing if not cautious about his discoveries. The passage beyond the timbers descended at a gentle angle, its walls showing signs of both natural formation and human enhancement. Pick marks scarred the rock in places, while elsewhere the tunnel appeared to follow natural fissures in the mountain. The air grew cooler as they ventured deeper, carrying the distinctive mineral smell of underground spaces long undisturbed. After securing the horses in the ravine with sufficient fodder and water, they established a small camp just inside the tunnel entrance. Sullivan's enthusiasm was palpable as he consulted his maps and journals by lantern light, muttering calculations and observations to himself. The main shaft should be approximately half a mile in, he explained, tracing routes on a hand-drawn map. From there, Mackenzie's notes describe a network of smaller tunnels leading to what he called the cathedral, apparently a large natural cavern where the primary vein was exposed. And your geologist friends, Sadie inquired, they're heading for a different entrance? Sullivan nodded absently, attention still focused on his maps. An air shaft Mackenzie's team used for ventilation. Narrower approach, but more direct route to the lower levels. Sadie considered this information alongside Cooper's warnings and her own observations. Sullivan was hiding something, that much was clear. But whether it was simply the expected self-interest of a treasure hunter keeping options open, or something more sinister, remained to be determined. Better get some sleep, she advised, checking her weapons one final time. I'll take first watch. Sleep proved elusive despite her exhaustion. The mountain itself seemed alive around them, settling and shifting with occasional groans that echoed through the tunnels. Twice, Sadie thought she heard distant sounds that might have been voices or falling rocks, impossible to distinguish in the confusing acoustics of the underground passage. Sullivan took the pre-dawn watch, allowing Sadie a few hours of fitful rest before they continued their journey. By lantern light, they ventured deeper into the mountain, Sullivan frequently consulting his notes as the main tunnel branched into smaller passages. Mackenzie's team numbered 8 men, Sullivan explained as they navigated a particularly narrow section. They spent nearly 3 months exploring these caverns, following trace amounts of gold to increasingly rich deposits. Until someone killed them for it, Sadie observed. Greed has been the downfall of better men than Angus Mackenzie, Sullivan agreed soberly. Though, there's some evidence at least one partner survived. A man named Williamson was never accounted for. No body found, no confirmation of his fate. Many believe he was the betrayer. The tunnel widened suddenly, opening into what had clearly been a proper mining operation at some point. Support timbers braced the ceiling, the remnants of rail tracks embedded in the floor, niches cut into walls where lanterns would have hung. Everything was coated with decades of dust, undisturbed save for the occasional track of small rodents or insects. Previous operation? Sadie asked, examining the workmanship of the timber supports. Sullivan shook his head. Mackenzie's work. He disguised his true purpose by establishing what appeared to be a standard silver mining operation. The real gold deposits were accessed through hidden passages off the main shaft, a precaution against claim jumpers and corporate interests who might have tried to seize his discovery through legal machinations. They continued through the abandoned workings, Sullivan growing increasingly animated as they discovered signs confirming they were following Mackenzie's intended route. Occasional markings carved into support beams matched symbols in his notes, apparently a private code to guide authorized personnel while misleading potential thieves. Near midday, though time had become an abstract concept in the unchanging darkness of the tunnels, they reached a large chamber that had evidently served as the operation's central hub. Multiple passages radiated outward from this space, some clearly intended for active mining, while others appeared to be exploratory ventures abandoned after initial assessment. Sullivan surveyed the options with growing excitement. This matches Mackenzie's description of the junction chamber. The passage to the cathedral should be... He consulted his notes, moving toward the western wall. Here, behind these support timbers. Sadie followed, lantern raised to better illuminate the area Sullivan indicated. The support structure appeared ordinary at first glance. Vertical timbers reinforcing the chamber wall, horizontal cross braces providing additional stability. But as Sullivan manipulated specific joints with knowing precision, one section shifted slightly, revealing a narrow gap behind. Ingenious, Sullivan murmured appreciatively. The entire support appears structural, but actually conceals the primary access point. He squeezed through the gap, calling back excitedly. It's here, just as described. Come through, Mrs. Adler. History awaits us. Sadie moved more cautiously, years of survival instinct making her wary of confined spaces with limited escape routes. As she maneuvered through the gap, her lantern illuminated a passage unlike those they'd traversed previously. This tunnel was almost perfectly round, its walls smoothed by water over countless millennia rather than carved by human tools. It descended at a steeper angle, requiring careful footing on the slick stone. They had advanced perhaps 100 yards when Sadie noticed the first warning mark. 3 distinct notches cut into a support timber, exactly as Cooper had described. She paused, studying the marking while Sullivan continued ahead, his enthusiasm rendering him briefly oblivious to her hesitation. "Sullivan," she called, keeping her voice low despite the seeming absence of immediate threats. "These markings, what do they mean to you?" The treasure hunter backtracked, examining the notches with a frown. Not Mackenzie's symbols. Later addition, perhaps. He dismissed them with a shrug. Probably ordinary mining notifications. Water hazard, unstable ceiling, that sort of thing. Nothing to concern us. Cooper specifically warned about these, Sadie pressed. Said they marked places we shouldn't go beyond. Sullivan's expression shifted subtly. Annoyance briefly visible before being replaced by reassuring confidence. Cooper is a superstitious old miner, Mrs. Adler. These mountains are filled with local legends and tall tales designed to scare off the competition. He gestured down the tunnel. The cathedral lies just ahead. Whatever riches Mackenzie discovered await us there. Sadie remained unmoved. You hired me for protection, Sullivan. That includes protecting you from poor decisions. Something about these marks concerned experienced miners enough to leave warnings. Seems foolish to ignore them. Frustration flashed across Sullivan's features. We're not here for caution, Mrs. Adler. We're here for discovery. He moderated his tone with visible effort. But if it eases your concerns, I'll proceed alone to assess any potential dangers. You can wait here until I signal the all clear. Before Sadie could object, Sullivan continued down the tunnel, his lantern light gradually diminishing as he descended. She weighed her options. Follow immediately, wait as suggested, or retreat to a more defensible position and reconsider the entire venture. The sensible choice was obvious, yet something beyond mere financial interest kept her from abandoning the expedition entirely. Her deliberation was interrupted by Sullivan's distant call. "Mrs. Adler, you must see this," his voice carrying equal measures of wonder and triumph. Cursing her own curiosity, Sadie proceeded cautiously down the tunnel, revolver drawn, despite the absence of obvious threat. The passage opened suddenly into a space so vast her lantern couldn't illuminate its boundaries. Sullivan stood at its edge, his own light raised high, revealing glimpses of a cavern that deserved its cathedral designation. Stalactites hung from heights lost in darkness, while massive stalagmites rose from the uneven floor like nature's attempt at Gothic architecture. A sound of flowing water echoed from somewhere in the darkness, suggesting an underground stream or pool. "Behold," Sullivan breathed, sweeping his lantern in an arc that caught reflections of something embedded in the cavern walls. "The Mackenzie vein." Sadie moved closer, raising her own light toward where Sullivan indicated. Threads of gold, not the sparse, scattered deposits of typical mines, but rich, concentrated streaks, ran through the rock face like frozen lightning. More wealth in a single glance than most miners found in a lifetime of back-breaking labor. "My God," she whispered, momentarily caught in the same awe that had rendered Sullivan nearly reverent. "It's real." "More than real," Sullivan replied, moving deeper into the cavern with renewed purpose. "This visible section is merely surface indication. Mackenzie's notes describe the primary vein extending deep into the mountain, growing richer as it descends." He gestured toward equipment piled near the cavern wall. Picks, shovels, primitive surveying tools, all abandoned decades earlier. His team had just begun systematic extraction when disaster struck. Sadie's attention shifted from the gold to their surroundings, professional wariness reasserting itself. Something about the cavern felt wrong. Not just the eerie quality common to all underground spaces, but a specific sensation of unwelcome, as if they had intruded into a place that rejected human presence on some fundamental level. "We should collect samples and return with proper equipment," she suggested, fighting an increasingly powerful urge to retreat to the surface. "Too dangerous to begin serious work with just the two of us." Sullivan laughed, the sound echoing strangely through the vast space. "Return, and risk others finding what we've discovered?" He shook his head emphatically. "No, Mrs. Adler. Now we begin preliminary extraction, establish our claim beyond dispute." He lifted a pick from the abandoned tools, testing its balance. "Mackenzie's equipment has waited patiently for us to complete his work." "Those tools have been down here 40 years, Sadie pointed out. "Handles are probably rotted through, metal weakened by moisture and time." But Sullivan was already approaching the nearest gold-streaked wall, pick raised with purpose that bordered on obsession. The transformation was concerning. His previous methodical caution replaced by reckless enthusiasm, as the treasure he'd sought for so long lay literally within reach. "Sullivan," Sadie warned, following him with growing unease. "We need to—" The first impact of pick against stone echoed through the cavern like a gunshot. Sullivan struck again, more forcefully, dislodging a small section of rock that fell to the ground with a sharp crack. He bent to examine it, holding it close to his lantern. "Perfect," he exclaimed, showing her the golf ball-sized chunk of stone with its embedded gold. "The vein runs through it completely, rich beyond even my expectations." Sullivan struck the wall again, dislodging another fragment. Each impact seemed to ring louder than natural acoustics should allow, the sound bouncing and amplifying through the cathedral's vast expanse. "We need to be more careful," Sadie warned, the unsettling sensation growing stronger with each reverberation. "Don't know how stable these formations are." "Stable enough for our purposes," Sullivan replied without looking up, his attention fixed on extracting another gold-laced sample. Mackenzie's notes described the cathedral as having stood unchanged for centuries before his discovery. As if in direct contradiction to his words, a low rumbling emanated from somewhere deep within the cavern. Dust drifted down from heights lost in darkness, catching the lantern light like ghostly snow. "Sullivan," Sadie said more firmly, gripping his arm to halt another swing of the pick. "Something's not right." This time he acknowledged her concern, pausing to listen as the rumbling gradually subsided. "Probably just settling," he said, though with less certainty than before. "These mountains are always shifting. Or we're disturbing something that shouldn't be disturbed," Sadie countered, remembering Cooper's warning. Those 3-notch markings were put there for a reason. Before Sullivan could respond, another sound reached them. Unmistakably human voices echoing through the tunnel behind them. Sullivan's expression shifted from annoyance to alarm. "The Harmon brothers," he whispered, dousing his lantern immediately. "Must have tracked us through the ravine." Sadie extinguished her own light, plunging them into absolute darkness, broken only by a faint, puzzling glow from deeper within the cathedral. A phosphorescent quality to some of the rock formations that provided just enough illumination to distinguish vague shapes, once their eyes adjusted. "How many?" she asked, moving toward a cluster of stalagmites that offered concealment. "3 brothers, usually travel with at least 2 hired guns," Sullivan replied, following her lead. "Ruthless claim jumpers with a particular grudge against me after our last encounter in Colorado. Any chance your geologist friends might provide timely assistance?" Sadie asked, checking her revolver by touch. Sullivan's hesitation was answer enough. "They're not actually geologists," he admitted reluctantly. "More like business associates with specific interests in security and transportation." "Figured as much," Sadie muttered. "And they're coming through the northern entrance to meet you here, not to help with exploration. An efficient extraction operation requires multiple participants with specialized skills," Sullivan defended weakly. "And were they planning to honor my 12%? Another hesitation. "Circumstances sometimes necessitate renegotiation of terms." Sadie's laugh held no humor. "Should have asked for payment in full up front." She positioned herself behind a massive column, sightlines covering the tunnel entrance. "We can discuss your creative interpretation of our agreement after we deal with our more immediate problem." The voices grew clearer as their owners advanced into the cathedral, lantern lights spilling ahead of them. Sadie counted 3 distinct beams, suggesting at least that many intruders. "Sullivan," called a gruff voice, its owner still hidden in the tunnel's shadows. "Know you're in here. Tracked you all the way from Brimstone. Why don't we discuss a mutually beneficial arrangement instead of making this messy?" Sullivan remained silent, though Sadie could hear his quickened breathing from his position several yards away. She weighed their options. 5 adversaries by Sullivan's count, unknown armament in an environment where gunfire could potentially trigger cave-ins. Not favorable odds, but she'd faced worse. Sullivan's partner, the voice continued when no response came. The bounty hunter woman. We've got no quarrel with you. This is business between gentlemen prospectors. Step aside, collect whatever he's paying you, and walk away intact. The offer was almost certainly false. Witnesses rarely featured in claim jumpers' long-term plans, but it confirmed they knew her role in the expedition. Harmon's trying to locate us by our voices, Sullivan whispered urgently. Standard cave tactics, don't respond. The intruders advanced further into the cathedral, lanterns swinging in patterns that suggested systematic search rather than random exploration. Sadie counted 5 distinct figures now, 3 dressed in prospectors' gear, 2 carrying rifles in addition to lanterns, clearly hired muscle. The group paused near the abandoned tools and Sullivan's recent excavation site, examining the fresh marks with evident satisfaction. Found the vein, observed the lead figure, Harmon presumably. Sullivan's done the hard work for us. He gestured to his companions. Spread out. Find them. Remember, Sullivan we need alive until he confirms the rest of Mackenzie's notes. The woman, use your judgment. As the searchers dispersed, moving deeper into the cathedral, the rumbling sound returned, stronger than before, accompanied by a subtle vibration Sadie could feel through the stone beneath her boots. The intruders paused, exchanging concerned glances. Caves, unstable, one of the hired guns suggested. Should grab some samples and clear out. When I want your opinion, I'll pay for it, Harmon snapped. We're not leaving until we've secured Sullivan and the maps. The rumbling subsided temporarily, but the strange glow from the cathedral's depths seemed to intensify, casting eerie shadows across the massive stone columns. Something about the light's quality disturbed Sadie on an instinctive level. It seemed almost to pulse, like a heartbeat, growing stronger with each cycle. One of the searchers approached her position, lantern held high as he scanned the surrounding formations. Sadie pressed herself tighter against the column, controlling her breathing as she calculated angles and timing. If they were discovered, the first moments would determine everything. She'd need to neutralize the closest threat immediately, use the confusion to relocate, then engage the others from a different position. The man passed within arm's reach, close enough that Sadie could smell tobacco and sweat. For a breath-stopping moment, his lantern light slid across the column that concealed her, then continued onward. She exhaled silently, adjusting her grip on her revolver as she tracked his movement away from her position. A scuffing sound from Sullivan's direction drew the searcher's attention. Lantern swinging toward the noise, the man advanced cautiously. Got something here, he called to his companions. Behind these formations, Sadie cursed inwardly. Sullivan had either moved carelessly or deliberately created distraction. Either way, discovery seemed imminent. She prepared to engage, waiting for the moment when maximum confusion would benefit her limited ammunition and positioning. The searcher approached Sullivan's hiding place with growing confidence, rifle aimed at the shadowed space between stalagmites. Come on out, Sullivan. Game's over. What happened next occurred with such suddenness that Sadie's combat-honed senses struggled to process the sequence. The strange glow intensified dramatically, painting the cathedral in sickly blue-green light. The rumbling returned, loud enough now to dislodge small stones from the ceiling, and something that initially registered merely as movement and wrongness, emerged from the darkness beyond the limits of their lanterns. The searcher's scream froze Sadie's blood. His lantern crashed to the ground as he fired wildly into the darkness, rounds ricocheting dangerously off stone surfaces. The other intruders responded with panicked shouts and confused movements, their disciplined search pattern dissolving into chaos. "What the hell is that?" one yelled, firing his own weapon towards something Sadie couldn't yet see from her position. "Fall back," Harmon ordered, his earlier confidence replaced by naked fear. "Back to the tunnel now." Sullivan appeared suddenly at Sadie's side, face pale in the pulsing glow. "We need to leave," he hissed, clutching his satchel of samples and maps. "Immediately." "What's happening?" Sadie demanded, refusing to move without understanding. "What is that?" "The warnings," Sullivan replied, voice tight with controlled terror. That's what the notches meant. The old miners knew. Some places in these mountains aren't meant for men to disturb. As if summoned by his words, the source of the glow moved into Sadie's line of sight, and comprehension failed her. Later, she would struggle to describe what she had seen, her mind rejecting details that violated natural law. It moved like flowing water, yet held solid form. Illuminated from within, yet casting shadows that seemed darker than mere absence of light. Where it touched stone, the rock blackened and crumbled, as if subjected to intense heat and pressure simultaneously. One of Harmon's hired guns turned to flee and ventured too close to the entity. His scream cut off abruptly as darkness enveloped him, his lantern falling to shatter on stone as his form seemingly dissolved into the advancing glow. Old tribes believed the mountains housed spirits, Sullivan babbled, pulling insistently at Sadie's arm. Guardians of the Earth's treasures. Mackenzie's people disturbed something they shouldn't have. That's what really killed them, not human betrayal. Sadie had seen enough. Whatever scientific or supernatural explanation might apply to the phenomenon was irrelevant compared to immediate survival. The tunnel, she agreed, already moving. Quick and quiet, while it's occupied with them. They skirted the chamber's edge, keeping maximum distance between themselves and both the entity and the panicking intruders. Harmon and his remaining men were retreating toward the tunnel entrance, firing uselessly at the advancing glow, their bullets having no more effect than raindrops against stone. Sadie and Sullivan reached the tunnel just as the entity surged forward with sudden speed, engulfing one of the Harmon brothers in that terrible illumination. His dying scream echoed through the cathedral as Sadie pushed Sullivan into the passage, following close behind. "Run," she ordered, no longer concerned about noise or pursuit. "Don't stop for anything." They fled upward through the tunnel, the strange light gradually diminishing behind them but never fully vanishing. The rumbling continued, growing in intensity until loose stones and dirt rained down around them, threatening to choke the narrow passage. "It's collapsing the tunnels," Sullivan gasped as they scrambled through a section where the ceiling had already partially given way, sealing itself back into darkness. By the time they reached the junction chamber, the trail of destruction was close behind them. Support timbers cracked like gunshots as underground pressure shifted, entire sections of tunnel disappearing into darkness as the mountain reclaimed spaces humans had carved from its flesh. "The hidden passage," Sadie called over the cacophony of collapsing stone. "Block it, slow that thing down." Sullivan needed no further urging. Together they shoved a massive support beam across the concealed entrance, then toppled another against it for good measure. It wouldn't stop whatever pursued them, but might buy precious seconds they needed to reach the surface. The race through the main mining tunnels became a blur of desperate scrambling, choking dust and near misses as sections collapsed around them. Twice, Sadie pulled Sullivan from the path of falling stone. Once he returned the favor, yanking her backward as a timber crashed down where she had stood moments before. When they finally burst into daylight, both were coated in stone dust and bleeding from multiple minor cuts and scrapes. The sun hung low in the western sky, suggesting they had spent far longer underground than either had realized. Behind them, the tunnel entrance collapsed with a final thunderous roar, dust billowing outward like the mountain's dying breath. They staggered to the ravine floor, putting distance between themselves and the sealed passage before finally collapsing with exhaustion behind the outcropping that had initially drawn them to this location. For long minutes, neither spoke, content merely to breathe untainted air and feel sunlight on their faces. "The samples," Sadie finally said, gesturing to Sullivan's satchel. "Did you keep them?" Sullivan nodded, patting the bag with hands that trembled slightly. "Enough to prove the vein's existence and richness. Not the fortune we hoped for, but sufficient to fund a proper expedition once things..." Sadie's laugh held equal parts hysteria and genuine amusement. "You still think anyone should go back in there? After what we saw? Science will eventually explain." "Science won't explain what happened to Harmon's men," Sadie interrupted flatly. "Some things should be left buried, Sullivan." The treasure hunter fell silent, his expression suggesting internal struggle between academic curiosity, financial ambition, and newfound survival instinct. Finally he sighed, shoulders slumping slightly. "Perhaps you're right," he conceded. "Some discoveries carry prices beyond mere financial calculation." He reached into his satchel, extracting a fist-sized chunk of gold-laced stone. "You're 12%, Mrs. Adler. Approximately. Difficult to calculate exact value without proper assay." Sadie accepted the sample, its weight substantial in her palm. Even this single piece represented more wealth than most of her bounties combined. Enough to provide options beyond immediate survival for the first time in years. "Might be cursed," she observed, only half joking as she examined the glittering threads embedded in mundane rock. "All wealth carries certain burdens," Sullivan replied philosophically. "The question is whether the bearer is strong enough to carry them without being fundamentally changed." They made camp for the night some distance from the collapsed tunnel, neither willing to stray far given their exhausted condition, yet equally unwilling to remain too close to the mountain that had nearly claimed them. Sullivan's mood shifted between scientific rationalization of what they'd witnessed and quiet acknowledgement that some experiences defied conventional explanation. "Cooper knew," Sadie said as they sat beside their small fire, the night's chill settling around them. "That's what his warning meant. Not just structural danger, but whatever that was." Sullivan nodded slowly. The old miners likely encountered it decades ago, passed warnings through their own channels rather than risk official documentation that might be ignored by profit-focused operations. He stared into the flames. "Miners are a superstitious lot, but they don't mark tunnels without reason." "Your geologist friends," Sadie said after a contemplative silence, "think they found another entrance, encountered the same thing we did." "Possible," Sullivan replied, though his tone suggested he considered it unlikely. The northern approach was more direct but also deeper into the mountain. If they reached the cathedral, he left the implications unspoken. Morning revealed no sign of either Harmon's remaining men or Sullivan's associates. They retrieved their horses from where they'd been left in the ravine, finding the animals nervous but unharmed, then began the journey back toward Brimstone. Both remained vigilant for potential pursuit, but the mountain's deadly guardian appeared to have eliminated most immediate threats. They were within sight of Brimstone when Sullivan finally broached the subject they'd both been avoiding. "What will you do now, Mrs. Adler? Your sample alone should fetch enough to provide comfortable circumstances for some time." Sadie considered the question as they rode. The gold represented opportunity beyond mere survival. Chance to establish permanent residence somewhere, perhaps legitimate business, approximation of normal life. Yet something in her resisted the notion of settling in one place, becoming fixed point rather than flowing river. "Not sure yet," she answered honestly. "Never been one for planning too far ahead. Take each day as it comes, deal with whatever it brings." Sullivan studied her with unexpected perceptiveness. "Freedom and security rarely coexist comfortably," he observed. "Most spend their lives chasing one while secretly longing for the other." Speaking from experience? Perhaps. His smile carried genuine self-awareness. "I've spent decades hunting treasures across 5 continents, found enough to live comfortably anywhere, yet always move on to the next potential discovery." He patted his satchel. "These samples represent significant wealth, but what truly excites me is the intellectual challenge they represent. Proof of geological formations previously thought impossible in this region." His perspective resonated uncomfortably with Sadie's own situation. Her bounty hunting provided necessary income, but also served deeper purpose. Motion, action, clearly defined objectives in a world that otherwise offered few absolutes. "What about you?" she countered. "Taking these findings back east? Write another monograph for those scientific societies you mentioned?" "Eventually," Sullivan agreed. "But first, I'm considering a detour to Brazil. Heard intriguing rumors about undocumented temple complexes in regions previously believed uninhabited." "Running towards something or away from it?" Sadie asked, the question directed as much at herself as Sullivan. Sullivan laughed, the sound surprisingly genuine after their shared ordeal. "The beauty of constant motion, Mrs. Adler, is never having to answer that question definitively." They reached Brimstone by midday, the town continuing its business with sublime indifference to their return from confrontation with forces beyond natural explanation. Sullivan insisted on visiting the assayer's office immediately, eager to confirm his sample's value through official channels. Sadie headed for the saloon, sudden weariness suggesting strong drink and hot food as immediate priorities. Cooper sat at his usual corner table, expression suggesting both surprise and relief at her appearance. "Didn't expect to see you again," he said bluntly as she joined him, "not after heading up to those western tunnels." "Found your 3-notch warnings," Sadie replied, signaling the bartender for whiskey. "Bit late to heed them properly." Cooper's eyes widened slightly. "You saw it? And survived?" "Saw something," Sadie acknowledged, unwilling to commit to specific description that would inevitably sound like madwoman's ravings. "Cost 5 men their lives before we escaped. Old miners called it the Guardian," Cooper said quietly, leaning forward to avoid being overheard. "Said it protects the mountain's heart from those whose greed exceeds respect. Mackenzie's team wasn't the first, it claimed, nor likely the last. Sullivan thinks science will eventually explain it." Cooper's laugh held no humor. "Men like Sullivan need rational explanations to maintain their worldview. Some things exist beyond rationality, Mrs. Adler. Best respected from considerable distance." The whiskey arrived, Sadie downing it quickly before ordering another alongside substantial meal. The gold sample remained in her saddlebag rather than her pocket, its weight somehow more psychological than physical. Potential futures it represented both appealing and constraining. Sullivan found her as she finished eating, expression suggesting successful confirmation of his sample's value. "The assayer nearly fainted," he reported with obvious satisfaction. "Highest gold content he's recorded in 20 years of operation." "Congratulations," Sadie offered, meaning it despite lingering ambivalence about their discovery. "What happens now?" "I depart for Denver tomorrow," Sullivan replied, settling across from her. "Secure proper financing, equipment, perhaps political protection for reformed expedition." Seeing her expression, he added quickly, "Different approach naturally. Alternative entrance, proper precaution. The Guardian will still be there, Sadie warned. Don't imagine it makes exceptions for better paperwork. Sullivan smiled thinly. Knowledge must advance, Mrs. Adler, regardless of obstacles. Without risk, humanity stagnates. Fine line between advancement and arrogance, she observed, but left further argument unspoken. Sullivan would proceed regardless of her warnings, driven by combination of intellectual curiosity and financial ambition that defined his character. I've secured your payment, Sullivan continued, sliding envelope across the table. Beyond the sample, as agreed. 12% of estimated recovery value, based on assayer's evaluation. The envelope contained more money than Sadie had expected, enough to significantly extend her options beyond immediate necessity. Combined with her sample's potential value, it represented genuine financial security, if managed carefully. Cooper departed as they concluded their business, pausing beside Sadie's chair. Word of advice, he said quietly. Whatever you got from that mountain, gold, knowledge, experience, consider it both blessing and warning. Some treasures change those who possess them. Sullivan dismissed the miner's words with an impatient gesture after he'd gone. Superstition masquerading as wisdom, he commented, though understandable given his background and experiences. Man survived these mountains longer than most, Sadie pointed out. Might be wisdom in respecting what he's learned, even if explanations don't satisfy scientific minds. Their conversation continued briefly, discussions of potential future ventures that both recognized as unlikely to materialize. Sullivan would return to his academic pursuits and treasure hunting, Sadie to whatever path presented itself after sufficient reflection on recent experiences. When they parted outside the saloon, Sullivan extended his hand with formal courtesy that couldn't quite mask genuine respect. It's been educational, Mrs. Adler. Should you ever find yourself interested in further expeditions, slightly less supernatural in nature, perhaps, my associates know how to reach me. Sadie accepted the handshake with matching formality. Think I'll stick to targets that can be brought down with conventional weapons for a while. That evening, alone in her room above the gunsmith shop, Sadie examined her gold sample in lamplight that caught its gleaming threads like captured sunshine. The stone represented options previously unavailable, chance to establish roots somewhere, business opportunities beyond violence and pursuit, approximation of normal life she'd lost years earlier. Yet as she turned it in her hands, Cooper's warning echoed. Some treasures change those who possess them. The question wasn't whether wealth would alter her circumstances, that was inevitable, but whether those alterations would enhance or diminish what she'd built from tragedy's ashes. Independence had defined her since losing Jake. Freedom of movement and action prioritized above comfort or security. The gold offered different kind of freedom, financial rather than physical, but potentially at cost of the hard-won self-sufficiency that had sustained her through darkest times. In the end, Sadie wrapped the sample carefully and placed it in her saddlebag rather than selling it immediately. Its value would remain available when needed, but decision about its ultimate purpose could wait until she'd processed broader implications of recent experiences. She departed Brimstone the following morning, heading west rather than returning to more familiar territories. New landscapes meant new perspectives, fresh opportunities to test evolving understanding of herself and her place in rapidly changing world. The gold's weight rode with her, potential rather than limitation, option. What Cooper had interpreted as curse, Sullivan as opportunity, Sadie recognized as catalyst, forcing examination of priorities and possibilities previously overlooked in daily struggle for survival. The mountain's guardian had claimed those whose greed overwhelmed respect, but perhaps had also revealed to survivors truths about themselves they might otherwise have missed. For Sadie Adler, that truth crystallized with each mile between herself and Brimstone. Security and freedom existed in perpetual tension, neither fully attainable without sacrificing portion of the other. The wisdom lay not in choosing one exclusively, but in finding personal balance between competing desires that recognized both their value and their cost. The horizon beckoned with familiar promise of unknown territories and experiences awaiting discovery. She rode toward it with renewed purpose, gold in her saddlebag and hard-won insight in her heart. Whatever came next would be faced with clearer understanding of what truly mattered, not wealth itself, but freedom to choose one's own path with open eyes and steadfast resolve. Some fortunes couldn't be measured in gold or dollars. Some treasures couldn't be extracted from mountains or caverns. The most valuable discoveries often came not from finding what was sought, but from recognizing what had been present all along. As Sadie Adler rode westward with gold in her saddlebag and hard-won wisdom in her heart, she couldn't have known how the lessons from the mountain would serve her in the months ahead. The balance between freedom and security, between self-reliance and connection to others, would be tested in ways she never anticipated. The frontier was changing. With each passing year, civilization pushed deeper into territories once considered untamable. Law followed, sometimes just and sometimes merely serving those with power and wealth. In these transitional lands, where old ways clashed with new order, grey spaces emerged. Places where justice required more than badges and courtrooms could provide. It was in one such place, a settlement named Liberty Creek at the edge of the Dakota Territories, that Sadie found herself drawn into conflicts beyond simple bounties or treasure hunts. Here, the line between protector and vigilante blurred, and those with the courage to stand against corruption often found themselves operating outside official sanctions. When Sadie arrived in Liberty Creek, she carried no intention of becoming its defender. She sought only rest, supplies, and perhaps information about bounties in the region. But the frontier had its own plans for those with the skills and determination to make a difference. Sometimes the most reluctant guardians proved the most effective. Liberty Creek barely deserved to be called a town. One dusty main street lined with wooden buildings in various states of disrepair, a small church whose steeple listed slightly to the left, and scattered homesteads spreading outward into the surrounding plains. The kind of settlement that appeared on maps as an afterthought, if it appeared at all. The kind of place Sadie Adler typically passed through without a second glance. Yet here she was, dismounting outside what passed for a sheriff's office, the crude wooden sign above its door bearing more bullet holes than letters. Her arrival drew curious stares from locals who paused in their daily activities to assess the stranger in their midst. A blonde woman in practical riding clothes, revolvers worn with the casual comfort of someone who used them regularly, eyes that scanned her surroundings with predatory awareness. Inside the office, Sheriff Thomas Gillespie looked up from his cluttered desk with the weary expression of a man carrying burdens beyond his capabilities. Mid-50s, thinning grey hair, a badge pinned to a vest that had seen better days. His deputy, barely out of his teens, hovered nearby with anxious energy. "Mrs. Adler?" the sheriff asked, rising to greet her. "Wasn't sure you'd actually come. Most don't once they understand our situation." "Your letter was persuasive," Sadie replied, removing her gloves as she assessed the office's interior. gun cabinet nearly empty, wanted posters yellowing on the walls, a single cell containing a man sleeping off what smelled like cheap whiskey. And the payment you offered made the persuasion more convincing. Gillespie grimaced, gesturing for her to take a seat. About that payment, the town council authorized what we could afford, but it's not what I initially wrote. Times have been hard, what with the raids and all. How hard? Sadie asked, remaining standing. Half what was offered, Gillespie admitted, but with room and board provided for the duration. Under normal circumstances, Sadie would have walked out immediately. Her time and skills commanded premium rates, with no shortage of work for someone with her reputation. But something in the sheriff's defeated posture, the desperate hope barely concealed behind professional courtesy, gave her pause. "Tell me about these raiders," she said, instead of leaving. "Your letter mentioned organized attacks, not just random banditry." Relief flooded Gillespie's features. "Started about 3 months back. Group led by a man called Marcus Blackwood, former military from what we've gathered. Began with cattle rustling from outlying farms, escalated to protection demands from local businesses." His voice hardened. "When Harmon's general store refused to pay, they burned it to the ground, with Harmon inside. And you've been unable to stop them because?" The young deputy stepped forward, indignation overcoming respect. "We've tried. Blackwood has at least 15 men, all well armed. We're 3 badges, counting the part-time deputy who mans the office on Sundays." "Peace, Jimmy," Gillespie said gently. "Mrs. Adler's question is fair." He turned back to Sadie. "We're not equipped for this kind of conflict. Nearest federal marshal is 2 weeks' ride. By the time help arrives, I fear there won't be much of Liberty Creek left to save." Sadie moved to the window, studying the town with new perspective. Beyond the weathered buildings, she noticed details previously overlooked. Residents moving with the cautious vigilance of prey animals in predator territory. Windows boarded over for protection rather than repair. A child's toy abandoned in the street. "When do they typically come?" she asked, decision already forming despite better judgment. "No pattern," Gillespie replied. "Sometimes at night, sometimes bold as daylight. They've got a camp somewhere in the hills north of here, but we've never located it precisely." "And what exactly do you expect me to do against 15 armed men?" The question wasn't evasion, but practical assessment. Even with her considerable skills, those odds presented significant challenge. "Whatever's necessary," Gillespie answered simply. "These people just want to live in peace, Mrs. Adler. Grow their crops, raise their families, build something lasting." His voice lowered. "I've heard stories about you, about what you did to the O'Driscolls after they destroyed your home. These people need that kind of determination." The reference to her past sent familiar coldness through Sadie's veins. Few knew the full extent of her campaign against the gang that had murdered Jake, but rumors and witness accounts had created reputation that followed her across territories. "Half your original offer with room and board," she confirmed after momentary silence. "And I work my way. No interference from you or your deputies, no questions about my methods." "I can agree to that," Gillespie nodded solemnly. "Though I hope unnecessary bloodshed can be avoided." Sadie's smile held no warmth. "Sheriff, if I've learned anything in this life, it's that necessary bloodshed finds you whether you're looking for it or not." The Willow Creek Hotel offered basic but clean accommodations, with the additional advantage of second-floor corner room providing excellent sightlines to the main street and adjacent alleyway. Sadie established her base methodically, weapons cleaned and positioned for quick access, escape routes identified. routine established that would appear unremarkable to casual observation. Her first 3 days in Liberty Creek were devoted to reconnaissance and information gathering. She visited every business on the main street, introducing herself as a traveler considering permanent settlement, listening more than speaking as locals gradually revealed details about Blackwood's operations. The saloon proved particularly valuable for intelligence, its patrons loosened by alcohol and the bartender's encyclopedic knowledge of regional happenings. Blackwood rode with Sherman during the war, the bartender informed her on her second evening, voice lowered despite the noisy surroundings. Learned how to break an enemy's will by destroying what they value. Man's not just after money. He wants these people broken. Why Liberty Creek specifically? Sadie asked, nursing her whiskey while maintaining awareness of other patrons. Seems an unlikely target for someone with military background and organized force. Not much wealth here. Location, the bartender replied, wiping down the counter with practiced movements. Town. Sits at junction of 2 trading routes. Control this settlement. You control movement of goods through the whole region. Blackwood's thinking bigger than just raiding. He's building something permanent. This strategic element aligned with Gillespie's assessment of Blackwood as methodical rather than merely opportunistic. It also suggested the situation would continue deteriorating without decisive intervention. Unlike common bandits who might be discouraged by moderately increased resistance, a man with territorial ambitions would likely escalate until achieving complete dominance. On her 4th day, while establishing familiarity with the surrounding terrain, Sadie encountered the child who would complicate her professional detachment. She had paused at a small stream to water her horse when movement in the willow thickets caught her attention, too deliberate for wildlife, too careful for casual traveler. "Might as well come out," she called, hand resting casually near her holster. "I've been aware of you following me for the past 10 minutes. After brief hesitation, a girl emerged from the vegetation, perhaps 10 years old. Wheat blonde hair pulled into practical braids, wearing overalls with multiple patched sections. She carried a small bow with surprising confidence, though she'd had the sense not to aim it at Sadie. "You're the gunslinger Sheriff Gillespie hired," the girl stated, her directness refreshing after days of adults' cautious circling. "I'm the security consultant Sheriff Gillespie retained," Sadie corrected dryly. "And you're trespassing on your own, which seems unwise, given current circumstances." "This is Milner land," the girl countered without hesitation. "You're the one trespassing, technically. I'm Emma Milner." Despite herself, Sadie felt amusement at the child's boldness. "Well, Miss Milner, I apologize for the technical trespass. Your family's farm nearby?" Emma nodded, pointing westward, just over that rise. "Pa's working the north field. Ma said I could practice with my bow, long as I stayed within shouting distance of the house. You any good with that?" Sadie nodded toward the small bow. Pride flashed across Emma's features. "Hit a rabbit at 30 paces last week. Pa says I've got a natural eye." "Useful skill," Sadie acknowledged, genuine respect in her tone. "Food and protection in one tool." "That's why I practice," Emma replied with sudden solemnity beyond her years. "When those men came before, Pa tried to fight them with his shotgun. They broke his arm and took our milk cow." Her young face hardened with determination that struck uncomfortably familiar chord in Sadie. "Won't be helpless next time." The declaration lingered as Sadie completed her circuit of Liberty Creek's surroundings. Emma Milner wasn't the only resident preparing for future confrontation, rather than merely hoping for salvation. Several homesteads showed signs of improvised fortification, windows narrowed with strategic boarding, approaches cleared of potential cover. makeshift watchtowers established from existing structures. These people hadn't surrendered to fear, despite inadequate protection from official sources. They were adapting, preparing, determined to defend what they'd built. The realization shifted something in Sadie's perspective on the assignment, from strictly professional engagement to something that resonated with her own experiences at the Adler homestead years earlier. That evening, Sadie attended the weekly town gathering at Liberty Creek's modest church, not from religious inclination, but recognition that such community events provided concentrated information source and opportunity to assess collective morale. Pastor Mitchell, a surprisingly young man with prematurely grey temples, welcomed her without drawing undue attention to her presence. From her position near the back wall, Sadie observed approximately 60 residents, primarily families with children, a few single men who exhibited the weathered features of career farmers or tradesmen, elderly couples supporting each other with practiced coordination, ordinary people whose determination to build lives in this harsh territory had drawn predatory attention from those who found exploitation easier than honest work. The gathering's supposedly social purpose thinly veiled its actual function as community council and strategic planning session. Discussion moved from crop conditions to water access to rotation of night watches with practiced efficiency. These people had adapted to constant threat without surrendering hope or community bonds. Qualities Sadie had witnessed repeatedly on the frontier, where mutual support often meant survival. Sheriff Gillespie spoke briefly, acknowledging Sadie's presence with simple introduction as security consultant rather than elaborating on her reputation or methods. Some residents regarded her with evident skepticism, reasonable response to suggestion that single individual could meaningfully impact situation that had overwhelmed local law enforcement. Emma Milner's family occupied a bench midway through the church. Her father's recently healed arm remained held carefully, while her mother exhibited the hypervigilance common to those who had experienced home invasion. Emma herself caught Sadie's eye during the meeting, offering small nod that somehow conveyed both acknowledgement and expectation. Following the gathering, Sadie conducted night reconnaissances of Liberty Creek's perimeter, establishing likely approach routes Blackwood's men might use for future raids. The settlement's layout presented both vulnerabilities and defensive advantages. Limited access roads meant predictable approaches, but also limited evacuation options if larger force attacked simultaneously from multiple directions. Dawn found her back in Gillespie's office, maps spread across his desk as they discussed defensive prioritization. The sheriff's initial deference had evolved into cautious respect following her methodical assessment and evident strategic thinking. Blackwood's pattern suggests he's escalating methodically, Sadie explained, indicating homesteads that had already experienced raids. Testing responses, identifying weaknesses, establishing fear before attempting full control. "What's your recommendation?" Gillespie asked, the dark circles beneath his eyes testament to nights spent on futile patrols rather than restful sleep. "Stop waiting for him to choose the battlefield," Sadie replied simply. "Establish our own terms of engagement. Meaning I create impression that resistance has significantly increased. Make them cautious, disrupt their confidence, force them to adapt to our actions, rather than continuing methodical expansion." The sheriff's expression reflected both hope and concern. "That sounds like provoking them deliberately." "It is," Sadie confirmed without apology. "Blackwood's determined regardless of whether we act passively or aggressively. Better to control when and how confrontation escalates than wait for him to choose moment of maximum advantage." And if they retaliate against the town directly? Be well made, Sadie acknowledged. That's why we'll establish robust defensive measures first, while I simultaneously begin disrupting their operations. She met his gaze directly. Half measures won't work against someone like Blackwood, Sheriff. Either commit to comprehensive response or prepare to abandon Liberty Creek entirely. The frankness visibly disturbed Gillespie, but desperation overrode hesitation. Do what you need to do, Mrs. Adler. Just try to remember these are ordinary people, not soldiers. They can only withstand so much. Ordinary people are often stronger than they appear, Sadie replied, memory of Jake's face flashing briefly, especially when defending home and family. The first phase of Sadie's strategy focused on defensive preparation rather than offensive action. She established regular patrol rotations among able-bodied residents, focusing on early warning rather than direct confrontation. Strategic caches of weapons and supplies were positioned throughout the settlement, ensuring resources would remain accessible even if main structures were compromised. Emma Milner appointed herself Sadie's unofficial assistant during this process, appearing with consistent determination each morning to help with whatever tasks were deemed appropriate for her age and abilities. Despite initial reservations about encouraging such involvement, Sadie recognized the therapeutic value of purposeful action for someone who had experienced helplessness during previous raids. "Why don't you have children of your own?" Emma asked with characteristic directness as they inventoried medical supplies in the church basement on the 5th day of preparation. The question caught Sadie momentarily off guard. "Never found the right situation for it," she replied after a brief consideration, simplifying complex history of loss and subsequent lifestyle. "Unsuited for child rearing. Because of what happened to your husband?" Emma pressed, apparently having gleaned details from adult conversations not intended for young ears. "Partly," Sadie acknowledged, seeing no benefit in false evasion with someone who had already experienced violence's harsh realities. "Life I've led since then doesn't accommodate family responsibilities very well." Emma absorbed this with serious consideration. "Pa says sometimes life makes choices for us, and true strength is in how we respond to those choices, rather than the choices themselves." The observation, delivered with childish solemnity yet startling insight, reinforced Sadie's evolving investment in Liberty Creek's future. These weren't just anonymous clients purchasing security services. They were people whose experiences paralleled her own in uncomfortable ways, whose determination to maintain humanity despite adversity resonated with struggles she'd navigated since losing everything at the Adler homestead. By the 7th day, defensive preparations had progressed sufficiently for Sadie to implement the second phase of her strategy: direct disruption of Blackwood's operations. Using intelligence gathered from local sources, she identified likely location of the raiders' primary camp in foothills, approximately 15 miles north of Liberty Creek. "I'll be gone 3 days," she informed Gillespie as she prepared for departure. "Maintain regular patrols, but avoid any direct engagement if Blackwood's men appear. Goal is establishing impression of increased vigilance without revealing our full capabilities." "And what exactly will you be doing during these 3 days?" the sheriff asked, concern evident despite commitment to non-interference. "Reconnaissance," Sadie replied, the deliberate vagueness communicating boundaries of their arrangement, "and creating complications for Mr. Blackwood's operations." The journey to the foothills allowed Sadie to observe territory from tactical perspective, identifying potential ambush locations, escape routes, and natural features that might provide advantage in future confrontations. Years of bounty hunting had honed her tracking abilities, making Blackwood's trail embarrassingly obvious despite his military background. Discarded supplies, poorly concealed campfire remains, even occasional shell casings from target practice, suggesting overconfidence rather than proper operational security. By nightfall, she had located their camp, a natural basin sheltered by rock formations on 3 sides, containing approximately 20 men rather than the 15 Gillespie had estimated. Their setup reflected military influence in its organization, but civilian sloppiness in execution. Sentries posted but insufficiently alert, weapons maintained but stored carelessly, discipline evident during drill periods but abandoned during leisure hours. Sadie observed for full day before acting, establishing patterns and identifying key vulnerabilities. Blackwood himself proved easy to recognize. Tall man with military bearing who maintained separation from common raiders, issuing orders with expectation of immediate compliance. His personal tent stood apart from others, with dedicated guards suggesting either valuables or intelligence worth protecting. Her disruption campaign began subtly. Rather than direct confrontation against superior numbers, she implemented an asymmetric approach, stealing horses under cover of darkness, contaminating water supplies with harmless but unpleasant natural substances, removing crucial equipment components to render weapons or vehicles temporarily unusable. These actions caused disproportionate impact relative to their simplicity. Without direct attack to respond to, Blackwood's men turned suspicious attention inward, accusations of carelessness or sabotage creating internal friction that undermined operational cohesion. By third night, guards had doubled, while actual effectiveness diminished through exhaustion and paranoia. Only when returning to Liberty Creek did Sadie allow herself one direct action, using strategically placed dynamite to collapse the primary trail between Raiders' camp and the settlement, forcing any future approach to use longer, more exposed routes that would provide additional warning time for defenders. She arrived back at Liberty Creek to find situation evolving as anticipated. Blackwood had sent small contingent to assess the settlement's status, their appearance noted but not directly engaged by Gillespie's enhanced patrol system. The raiders had withdrawn without incident, likely reporting increased vigilance to their leader. They took census, Gillespie reported during their debriefing, riding slowly through town, counting able-bodied men, noting patrol patterns, making their calculations. Good, Sadie nodded. Let them see our preparation without revealing our full capabilities. Uncertainty breeds hesitation. And what capabilities would those be exactly? The sheriff asked with hint of desperation. From what I observed, they outnumber our fighting force significantly, even with improved organization. They do, Sadie acknowledged, which is why conventional defense would fail. But we're not fighting conventionally, Sheriff. We're fighting asymmetrically, using their expectations against them, creating impression of strength beyond our actual numbers, forcing them to commit disproportionate resources to counter perceived threat. Her explanation seemed to both reassure and disturb Gillespie, who recognized the necessity of her approach while remaining uncomfortable with its implications. The town council is concerned about potential escalation. Some have suggested attempting negotiation. Blackwood doesn't want negotiation, Sadie cut him off firmly. He wants submission. Anyone suggesting otherwise is deluding themselves out of fear. She softened her tone slightly, recognizing genuine concern beneath the sheriff's hesitation. I understand their worry, but half measures now will only result in greater suffering later. The following week established new rhythm in Liberty Creek. Sadie continued defensive improvements while implementing psychological operations designed to create impression of larger, more organized resistance force. scarecrow sentries placed strategically on outlying approaches, nighttime lantern movements suggesting patrol patterns beyond actual capabilities, occasional rifle shots at extreme range to suggest defensive perimeter without actually engaging enemy forces directly. Emma Milner continued her self-pointed role as assistant, her presence gradually shifting from potential liability to genuine asset as she demonstrated both intelligence and discretion beyond her years. Her knowledge of local terrain proved invaluable for establishing emergency evacuation routes, while her connection to other children created natural intelligence network as young eyes reported unusual activities adults might overlook. Pa says you're making them angry without actually hurting them, Emma observed as they repositioned scarecrow sentries one afternoon. Says it's like poking a bear with a stick instead of shooting it properly. Your father's not wrong, Sadie acknowledged, securing the dummy figure to appear lifelike from distance. But sometimes you need the bear angry enough to make mistakes before you can shoot it properly. Emma considered this with characteristic seriousness. And when they do get angry enough to attack directly, what happens to Liberty Creek then? The question cut to heart of strategic gambles Sadie had implemented. That's why we're preparing defenses simultaneously with provocations. When they come, and they will, we'll be ready in ways they aren't expecting. 2 nights later, Blackwood's response arrived, with predictable escalation. 3 riders approached openly along Main Road, torches held high, confidence suggesting demonstration rather than genuine attack. They struck without warning, burning the empty schoolhouse at Settlement's edge before galloping away, their message clear in the flames illuminating the night sky. Gillespie found Sadie already assessing the damage when he arrived, residents forming bucket chain to prevent fires spread to adjacent structures. This is just the beginning, the sheriff said grimly, watching as the schoolhouse collapsed into smoldering ruins. They're showing us what comes next. No, Sadie corrected. They're showing us they're afraid. Intimidation tactics rather than direct confrontation means our efforts are working. She turned from the fire, expression set with cold determination. Now, we move to the next phase, which is taking the offensive, Sadie replied simply. They've shown their hand, small groups conducting terror strikes rather than full-force assault. We can use that against them. The counteroffensive began the following night. Using intelligence from her reconnaissance, combined with patterns observed during the schoolhouse burning, Sadie established ambush position along likely approach route for subsequent raid. With 2 volunteers from Liberty Creek providing supporting fire, she waited patiently as anticipated group of 4 raiders approached settlement boundary. The ensuing confrontation demonstrated why Sadie's reputation had spread across multiple territories. Her ambush was executed with lethal precision. 2 raiders dead before realizing they were under attack. 3rd wounded severely enough to prevent escape. 4th managing retreat but clearly injured. She delivered the wounded raider to Liberty Creek's jail, his treatment humane but without comfort beyond basic medical necessities. The message was clear to both prisoner and residents. Mercy remained available, but not at expense of community safety. Blackwood will come himself now, Gillespie predicted as they secured the prisoner. This crosses line he can't ignore without losing authority over his men. That's what we want, Sadie replied calmly. Draw him into direct confrontation under circumstances we control, rather than allowing him to continue terror campaign indefinitely. These people aren't soldiers, Mrs. Adler. The sheriff reminded her, concern evident. They can't withstand direct assault from Blackwood's entire force. And they won't have to, Sadie assured him. But Blackwood needs to believe they can and will. That's what brings him to negotiating table rather than simply destroying settlement through overwhelming force. The psychological aspect of Sadie's strategy proved effective. Rather than immediate reprisal, Blackwood sent messenger under white flag the following day, requesting parley to discuss cessation of hostilities and establishment of mutually beneficial arrangement. "He's testing our resolve," Sadie explained as town council debated response, attempting to determine whether we're unified or divided in resistance. How we handle this parley reveals much about our actual strength. Despite reservations from several council members, Sadie's recommendation prevailed. Agreement to meet Blackwood personally, but on neutral ground, with specific security protocols establishing equal vulnerability for both parties. The location selected was Crossroads, halfway between Liberty Creek and foothills, open terrain providing visibility that prevented hidden reinforcements from either side. Sadie insisted on accompanying Gillespie to this meeting despite Council's preference for broader representation. "Too many voices create confusion and project weakness," she argued. "Sheriff represents legal authority. I represent security capabilities. Clear lines of responsibility communicate seriousness." The parley occurred at midday, bright sunlight eliminating shadows that might conceal threats. Blackwood arrived with 2 lieutenants, maintaining distance that allowed conversation without vulnerability to sudden attack. His appearance confirmed Sadie's assessment from reconnaissance, military bearing evident in posture and speech patterns, calculating intelligence behind superficial courtesy. "Your recent actions demonstrate serious misunderstanding of regional dynamics," Blackwood began without preamble, addressing Gillespie while pointedly ignoring Sadie. "Liberty Creek exists at our sufferance, not through any inherent right or capability. Liberty Creek exists through determination of its citizens and legal authority of territorial government," Gillespie countered with unexpected firmness. "Your predatory activities are the aberration here, not our defense against them." Blackwood's smile never reached his eyes. "Pretty words, Sheriff, but reality speaks differently. Your town has 2 options: regular tribute ensuring our protection, or escalating consequences until nothing remains worth fighting for." "Their third option," Sadie interjected, drawing Blackwood's reluctant attention. "You leave Liberty Creek and surrounding homesteads unmolested, finding easier targets elsewhere. And you are..." Blackwood's tone suggested he already knew the answer. "Security consultant," Sadie replied simply. "Evaluating cost-benefit ratio of continued operations against this settlement." "Ah, the infamous Mrs. Adler," Blackwood nodded with mock recognition. "Your reputation precedes you. Tell me, how does one woman expect to alter mathematical certainty of superior numbers and firepower? Same way one woman tracked your camp, stole your horses, contaminated your supplies, and eliminated 3 of your men without suffering casualties," Sadie responded calmly. "Mathematical certainty applies differently when variables include determination, tactical advantage, and willingness to accept necessary losses." The exchange continued for nearly 30 minutes, positions restated with increasing clarity as initial diplomatic facades gradually fell away. Blackwood's final offer, reduced protection payments in exchange for cessation of resistance, was rejected without deliberation by Gillespie, whose confidence had visibly grown throughout conversation. "You've made serious miscalculation," Blackwood warned as parley concluded. "Liberty Creek won't survive what comes next." "Perhaps," Sadie acknowledged with cold certainty that momentarily disrupted Blackwood's composure. "But neither will you." The return to Liberty Creek brought immediate implementation of final defensive preparations. Sadie had anticipated Blackwood's response following failed negotiations. Full force assault designed to overwhelm resistance through superior numbers and firepower. "We can't match them directly," she explained to assembled volunteers as evening approached, "so we don't try. Instead, we use environment, positioning, and controlled escalation to negate their advantages." Her plan leveraged Liberty Creek's physical layout, establishing specialized defensive zones with overlapping fields of fire, prepared fallback positions, and strategic choke points, where superior numbers would become liability rather than advantage. Most importantly, it incorporated psychological elements designed to create perception of significantly larger defending force. When they come, they'll expect encounter with amateur defenders, frightened townsfolk with limited combat experience, Sadie continued, addressing men and women who indeed matched that description, but whose determination compensated for tactical inexperience. What they'll actually face is coordinated resistance designed to maximize casualties during initial engagement, forcing reassessment of operational assumptions. Emma Milner found Sadie checking final preparations as night fell, the girl's expression showing maturity beyond her years as she delivered hand-carved wooden figure, crude representation of hawk with wings outstretched. "For luck," Emma explained with momentary return to childish uncertainty. "Pa says you make your own luck, but Ma says it never hurts to have extra." Sadie accepted the gift with surprising emotion, the simple gesture penetrating professional detachment she'd maintained throughout the assignment. "Your mother's right," she replied softly. "Extra luck always welcome in situations like this." The expected attack came shortly after midnight, multiple riders approaching simultaneously from different directions, coordinated movement suggesting military discipline rather than bandit opportunism. Liberty Creek's defenders implemented Sadie's strategy with remarkable discipline, allowing initial approach unchallenged before initiating carefully sequenced response. The first volley, concentrated rifle fire from concealed positions, created immediate casualties among Blackwood's front ranks, disrupting formation and forcing hasty retreat to regroup. Secondary defensive line engaged riders attempting to circumvent Main Street, creating impression of defenders positioned throughout settlement rather than concentrated in central location. Blackwood himself remained notably absent from front lines, directing operations from position of relative safety, behavior confirming Sadie's assessment of man who valued strategic advantage over personal glory. This knowledge informed her counter-strategy, implemented as raiders regrouped for second approach with adjusted tactics. The night became blur of controlled engagements, Blackwood's forces probing defenses from multiple angles, Liberty Creek's defenders responding with coordinated resistance that maximized appearance of strength while conserving limited ammunition and personnel. Firelight from burning structures illuminated battleground with hellish glow, smoke adding further confusion to already chaotic situation. Throughout the conflict, Sadie maintained position, allowing oversight of defense while seeking opportunity to engage Blackwood directly. That moment arrived near dawn, when raid's momentum had clearly shifted from attackers to defenders, despite continued numerical advantage. Blackwood, recognizing deteriorating tactical situation, attempted strategic withdrawal to regroup beyond settlement boundary. Sadie, anticipating this response, had positioned herself along likely retreat route with clear sight lines to command position. Their confrontation occurred among burning remains of outlying barn, smoke providing concealment until proximity made recognition inevitable. Blackwood's surprise at finding himself directly engaged by primary architect of his defeat was momentary, but significant. Tactical advantage Sadie exploited without hesitation. The exchange that followed demonstrated why Sadie's reputation had spread across territories. Despite Blackwood's military training and physical advantages, her experience hunting human prey through years of bounty work provided edge that proved decisive in close-quarter engagement. When gunfire ceased, Blackwood lay mortally wounded, while Sadie stood relatively unharmed, despite minor injuries sustained during their struggle. "You knew this was coming," Blackwood gasped as life ebbed from numerous wounds. "Set trap within trap. You chose this outcome," Sadie corrected without emotion. "Preyed on people you thought couldn't fight back, discovered otherwise too late to change course. They'll come after you," Blackwood warned with final breath. "Others like me always will." "Let them try," Sadie replied simply, as light faded from his eyes. "Outcome remains the same." Liberty Creek's victory came at significant cost. 3 defenders dead, 7 wounded, multiple structures damaged beyond easy repair. Yet compared to likely alternative, had resistance not been organized, these losses represented qualified success rather than tragedy. The following days brought community together in shared purpose of rebuilding, strengthened rather than broken by ordeal they had navigated collectively. Remaining raiders had scattered following Blackwood's death, leaderless and demoralized by unexpected defeat. Emma Milner found Sadie packing her few possessions at Willow Creek Hotel week after decisive battle, the girl's expression showing familiar determination mixed with poorly concealed disappointment. "You're leaving," Emma stated rather than asked. "Now that fight's over." "Contract complete," Sadie confirmed gently. "Sheriff Gillespie has arrangements for regular patrols now, coordination with neighboring settlements for mutual defense. Liberty Creek doesn't need security consultant anymore. Community needs all its members," Emma countered with logic that cut through professional detachment Sadie had attempted to maintain. "You helped build something here, could stay and see it grow." For a brief moment, Sadie considered possibility. Permanent residence among people who had demonstrated courage and resilience she genuinely respected. Potential connections beyond transactional relationships that defined her existence since losing Jake and the life they built together. "Some people aren't meant for staying in one place," she replied finally, kneeling to meet Emma's eyes directly. "Doesn't mean they care less about places they've been or people they've known there." Emma absorbed this with characteristic solemnity before offering small carved figure from her pocket, companion piece to Hawk she'd given earlier, this one resembling fledgling bird with wings partially extended. "For journey," she explained simply, "since you're determined to keep moving." Sadie accepted this second gift with emotion she no longer attempted to conceal, the simple connection it represented more valuable than payment received for professional services rendered. Sheriff Gillespie and Town Council arranged formal farewell gathering despite Sadie's discomfort with public recognition. The expressions of gratitude and respect, though genuinely offered and appreciated, reinforced complications of attachment for someone whose existence had been defined by movement and independence since personal tragedy had destroyed previous conception of home. "Liberty Creek stands because of you," Gillespie stated simply during brief ceremony. "Some might question your methods, but none can dispute their effectiveness or the integrity behind them." "Community defended itself," Sadie corrected, uncomfortable with simple narrative that placed responsibility for victory on her shoulders alone. "I just provided guidance and occasional reminder of capabilities you already possessed." Her departure occurred at dawn following day. Practical choice for starting journey, but also allowing avoidance of extended goodbyes that might further complicate already ambivalent emotions regarding assignment's conclusion. Emma Milner appeared nonetheless, silent witness at town's edge, as Sadie mounted and prepared to ride onward. No words passed between them, none necessary beyond understanding already established through shared experience and mutual recognition. As Liberty Creek receded behind her, settlement appearing smaller with each passing mile, Sadie reflected on transformations wrought by seemingly straightforward security contracts. The wooden hock and fledgling figures rode securely in her saddlebag, physical reminders that connections formed during professional engagements sometimes transcended transactional boundaries, despite best efforts to maintain emotional distance. The frontier stretched endlessly before her, offering both freedom of movement and burden of solitude that had defined her existence since personal tragedy had forced reinvention of identity and purpose. Yet something had shifted, subtly, during Liberty Creek assignment. Recognition that protecting others from experiencing losses similar to her own provided meaning beyond mere survival or financial compensation. Guardian of the frontier. The phrase Gillespie had used during farewell ceremony seemed grandiose, yet contained kernel of truth worth consideration. Not permanent defender of specific location, but itinerant protector, moving between vulnerable communities as circumstances and need dictated. Sadie Adler rode onward, horizon beckoning with familiar promise of unknown territories and experiences. The wooden carvings in her saddlebag would eventually be joined by other tokens, small representations of connections formed briefly yet meaningfully during journey, that continued without clear destination but with increasingly defined purpose. Guardian suited her better than settler ever could. Movement remained essential to her nature, yet direction of that movement had evolved from aimless wandering to deliberate navigation toward places where skills forged through personal tragedy might prevent similar suffering for others. Liberty Creek faded from view but not from memory, another waypoint on journey that continued without conclusion, yet increasingly with meaning that transcended mere survival. The hawk and fledgling carvings nestled in her saddlebag represented something Sadie had avoided since Jake's death: connection, attachment, the risk of caring again. As miles accumulated beneath her horse's steady gait, Sadie reflected on transformations that had occurred during what should have been straightforward security contract. She had arrived in Liberty Creek as hired gun, professional detachment intact. She departed with uncomfortable awareness that such detachment had become increasingly difficult to maintain. Emma Milner's face lingered in her thoughts, the girl's determination and resilience reflecting qualities Sadie recognized in herself before tragedy had hardened them into something sharper and more dangerous. The child had lost much, yet retained fundamental optimism about future that Sadie herself had surrendered, alongside Jake's body. Sheriff Gillespie's words at their parting echoed with unexpected resonance. Some people protect by staying, others by moving where they're needed most. Neither path holds moral superiority over the other, just different ways of serving same purpose. The observation captured essential truth about direction her life had taken since Adler homestead burned. She protected by movement rather than permanence, carrying capacity for necessary violence to places that required such intervention without ability to generate it internally. Guardian of the frontier, not tied to single community but to principle, that ordinary people deserve chance to build lives without predation by the stronger or more ruthless. 3 days into her journey, at crossroads where Northern Trail merged with more established Western route, Sadie encountered reminder that such protection remained desperately needed throughout territories where law's reach extended thinly, if at all. The stagecoach had been attacked perhaps hours earlier, its horses gone, driver and guard lying motionless beside overturned vehicle. As Sadie approached cautiously, weapon ready, she detected movement from the coach's interior. survivor rather than lingering attacker. The woman who emerged clutched small child protectively, terror gradually receding from her expression as she recognized Sadie as potential salvation rather than new threat. Her story emerged in fragments between shuddering breaths: ambush by masked riders, robbery followed by casual violence, seemingly miraculous oversight that had left her and daughter hidden beneath luggage, while husband was dragged away with other male passengers. Said they needed workers for some mining operation, the woman explained as Sadie provided water and basic first aid. Took the men, left us for dead or exposure. The scenario matched rumors Sadie had encountered previously. Forced labor operation targeting travelers along western routes. Authorities either unaware or unwilling to intervene given limited resources and jurisdictional complications. Of crimes occurring in poorly defined territorial boundaries. Decision formed without conscious deliberation. The woman and child would be escorted to nearest settlement with instructions for contacting proper authorities, while Sadie herself would follow tracks leading from ambush site. Not contract or bounty, simply continuation of purpose that had crystallized during Liberty Creek engagement, using skills forged through tragedy to prevent similar suffering for others when official protection proved inadequate. As she helped survivors mount her horse, preparing to lead them to safety before beginning new hunt, Sadie felt wooden carvings shift in her saddlebag, hawk and fledgling moving together as if in silent approval of path chosen without financial calculation or official sanction. Guardian of the Frontier had seemed grandiose term when Gillespie first used it. Now it simply described reality she had been moving toward since first choosing vengeance over surrender after Jake's murder. Not hero from penny novel or saint from biblical teaching, simply person whose experiences had equipped her to stand between predators and prey when circumstances required such intervention. The woman clutched her child tightly as they began journey toward nearest town. "Why would you help us?" she asked, confusion evident beneath gratitude. No reward offered, no payment possible. Sadie's response came without conscious calculation, truth recognized rather than constructed. Because someone should. The simple words carried weight of decision, made not once but repeatedly, through years since personal tragedy had forced her to decide what remained worth fighting for, in world that had taken everything she valued. Liberty Creek had been continuation rather than deviation, another waypoint on journey whose destination remained unclear, but whose purpose had crystallized with increasing clarity. As setting sun painted western horizon in shades reminiscent of Liberty Creek's defensive fires, Sadie Adler continued forward motion that defined her existence. Not running from past, but moving toward future, where skills forged through suffering might prevent similar trials for others. The wooden hawk rode in her saddlebag alongside fledgling with partially extended wings, both reminders that connections formed briefly, yet meaningfully, could provide guidance without requiring permanent attachment. Guardian suited her better than Settler ever could. Movement remained essential to her nature, yet direction of that movement had evolved from aimless wandering to deliberate navigation, toward places where protection was needed most. Some protected by staying, others by moving where most needed. Neither path held moral superiority, just different ways of serving same essential purpose. For Sadie Adler, the frontier's vastness offered not escape, but purpose, each new horizon bringing both freedom of movement and responsibility that gave such freedom meaning beyond mere survival. With survivors secure behind her and fresh hunt awaiting ahead, she rode onward into gathering darkness. Another chapter begun in journey without conclusion, but increasingly with direction that honored both what she had lost and what remained worth protecting in a world that often confused power with right. Guardian of the Frontier, not title she would have chosen for herself, yet one she had earned through choices made when easier options remained available. Not permanent defender of specific location, but itinerant protector, moving between vulnerable communities as circumstances and need dictated, carrying capacity for necessary violence to places requiring such intervention without ability to generate it internally. The road stretched endlessly before her, offering both solitude she had embraced since personal tragedy and purpose that increasingly gave such solitude meaning beyond mere self-preservation. Emma Milner's carved figures would eventually be joined by other tokens, small representations of connections formed briefly yet significantly during journey that continued without fixed destination but with increasingly defined purpose. As night settled fully across the landscape, Sadie Adler moved forward with direction if not certainty, guided by hard-earned understanding that freedom without purpose represented not liberation but merely different form of confinement. Guardian of the Frontier, not because she had chosen such role, but because experience had shaped her for it, through crucible of loss and subsequent refusal to surrender to despair that followed. The frontier needed such guardians in territories where law's reach remained theoretical rather than practical. Sadie had become one, not through ambition or ideology, but through gradual recognition that skills developed for personal vengeance could serve broader purpose when directed toward protection, rather than merely punishment. The wooden hawk and fledgling rode together in her saddlebag, silent witnesses to evolution still unfolding with each mile beneath her horse's steady gait. Liberty Creek receded behind her, yet lessons learned there continued forward, alongside tangible reminders of connections formed despite professional intentions to maintain emotional distance. Guardian of the Frontier. The name would never appear on wanted poster or official document, yet described reality more accurately than any formal title or professional designation. Not hero from story or myth, simply person whose experiences had positioned her to stand between predators and prey when circumstances required such intervention. As stars emerged overhead in familiar constellations that had guided countless journeys since leaving Adler Homestead behind, Sadie continued forward movement that defined her existence since personal tragedy had forced reinvention of identity and purpose. Not running from past but moving toward future, where protection could be offered to those who, like Liberty Creek's residents, sought nothing more extraordinary than chance to build lives without predation by stronger or more ruthless. Guardian of the Frontier, role accepted not through declaration but through series of choices, made when easier options remained available. The night embraced her as she rode, another chapter begun in journey without conclusion, but increasingly with direction that honored both what she had lost and what remained worth protecting in a world that often confused power with right. Ahead lay new challenges, new battles, new opportunities to employ skills honed through hardship toward purpose that transcended mere survival. Behind her rode memories of Liberty Creek, Emma Milner's determined expression, Sheriff Gillespie's surprising resilience, community that had defended itself when provided guidance rather than mere protection. Lessons that would inform future engagements, as surely as experiences preceding that assignment had shaped her approach to its challenges. Guardian of the Frontier, not title Sadie Adler would have chosen for herself, yet one she had earned through choices made at critical junctures when surrender to despair remained tempting alternative. Not permanent defender of specific location but itinerant protector, moving between vulnerable communities as circumstances and need dictated. The wooden hawk and fledgling shifted slightly with each step of her horse's steady progress, tangible reminders that connections formed during professional engagements sometimes transcended transactional boundaries, despite best efforts to maintain emotional distance. As miles accumulated beneath steady hoofbeats, Sadie Adler continued journey without fixed destination but with increasingly defined purpose. Guardian of the frontier, not because she had chosen such role, but because experience had shaped her for it, through crucible of loss and subsequent refusal to surrender to darkness that followed. The road stretched endlessly before her, another horizon waiting to be crossed in journey that continued without conclusion yet increasingly with meaning that transcended mere survival. Guardian suited her better than settler ever could. Movement remained essential to her nature, yet direction of that movement had evolved from aimless wandering to deliberate navigation toward places where her particular skills proved most necessary. Some protected by staying, others by moving where most needed. For Sadie Adler, the choice had been made not once but repeatedly through years, since personal tragedy had forced her to decide what remained worth fighting for in a world that had taken everything she valued. Liberty Creek had been continuation rather than deviation, another waypoint on journey whose ultimate destination remained unknown, but whose purpose had crystallized with increasing clarity. The wooden figures rode securely in her saddlebag as tangible reminders that connections formed could provide guidance without requiring permanent attachment. Guardian of the frontier, role accepted through actions rather than declarations, through choices made when easier alternatives remained available. As night embraced her, Sadie Adler rode onward with renewed sense of purpose, carrying capacity for necessary violence to places requiring such intervention. Not hero from fiction or legend, simply person whose experiences had positioned her to stand between predators and prey when circumstances demanded such intervention. The frontier stretched before her, offering both solitude she had embraced since personal tragedy and purpose that increasingly gave such solitude meaning beyond mere self-preservation. Guardian of the frontier, not title she would have chosen for herself, yet one she had earned through journey that continued without conclusion, but increasingly with direction, that honored both what she had lost and what remained worth protecting. And so, partner, as our tale rides off into the sunset, it's time for you to rest your weary bones beneath the endless prairie sky. Let the sounds of the west be your lullaby tonight, from the gentle crackle of the campfire to the soft prairie winds and the distant song of nightbirds, all flowing uninterrupted, with no advertisements to break the peace of your slumber. Sweet dreams, cowpoke, and may your trail lead to peaceful pastures tonight.